Elevator formation, man. What is this? Interesting. Everyone, good morning. So today we're going to work on key toggles. I need to get back to that bug with the Windows key that I did not manage to solve last time. Elevator formation. Now that's an interesting mod. Anyway. So today I would like to at least fix those keys that are, I mean, they're like fixed, but now it's issues with the modifier keys that I'm having. Ethereal, what's up, man? Nice. I guess by the time I play them all, I'll have all the AI voices. Because next week I'm going to start playing first these Tigelets. See, you've made voices for one of them. Debug is faster than the release build. Control. Toggle line block, like comment, block comment. I don't know if I can modify. I can probably modify this. Okay. Single line comments. Control. Yeah, whatever. Shift Alt A. Shift Alt A. Display keystrokes. Nice. Now you've done Pentagon, I think. I'm talking about his siegelets. I'm not talking the revisited siegelets that are not his siegelets. I'm talking about his original siegelets. Okay. I need to retest this code. Okay, let's pick like Notepad or something. I press Windows and Windows. Okay, it's back. Is there a way for me to like change if it's not in the bottom right corner? I think I looked up how to do that, but like it's not possible. Windows 11. Change notification to corner. Bottom right corner. Just so that I don't have to move the webcam. Notifications, elections, settings. Personalization. Taskbar. Enable taskbar corner icons. Taskbar corner icons. I have no clue where this is. Taskbar corner icons. Okay, this uses a third-party program. It's part of taskbar, so where taskbar is. Okay, so no, you can't. Alright. Maybe I can move the webcam to the bottom left. Webcam group right. But was there an issue with my stream also? Application audio capture, what is this? Wait, I've never seen this. Wait, I've never seen this. You can capture and I was using like an invisible window capture. I guess I don't need to do that anymore. I mean, still in beta, but like I've never seen this. Okay, copy, paste. $54. $54. It's just so that you can have them. You can see this. Otherwise, it's hidden by the webcam. But yeah, I have to remember like to put the webcam back at the bottom right when I'm not programming. Alright, so I wanted to check this. Forgot to lower the bitrate. I don't need to zoom in. Okay, so default behavior. I press Windows, I release Windows. This pops up. I press Windows, I press left or wrong. Okay, this window cannot be moved apparently. I have to work with a different window. Like this instead. Windows Explorer. Okay, so the script is not running anymore. So you press the Windows key. This is no longer active. You press the Windows key again, this becomes active. You press the Windows key. You press left or right. Changes the position of the window. Press up or down to maximize and restore the window. When it's like this, you press down, it minimizes. You press up, it restores. Now if you press Windows, Shift, and... I didn't know that. Okay, so normally if you press Windows, Shift, and left, right, it switches to the next monitor at the exact same location. I didn't know about up though. So what I'm trying to do is to keep the exact same behavior when my script is running. So we're going to try without any fixes. now I press Windows. I release Windows. I press Windows, I release Windows. Okay, all good. Windows right. Okay, so far everything is working. Windows shift. Okay, everything is working. Now the problem is, if I have, let's say, crouch, sprint. So I'm here. I toggle shift. Okay, so I'm not holding my keyboard, but shift is pressed. I press Windows without anything. Release Windows. Nothing happens. Why? Because shift is logically pressed. If my script is not running, I'm holding shift. I press Windows. I release Windows, nothing happens. Like Windows needs to be pressed on its own. Windows and Alt to cycle between the windows. Okay, didn't know that. Windows Alt Shift. Okay, Windows Alt Shift doesn't do anything. Windows Control, nothing. Okay, so there's just Windows Shift, Windows Alt, and Windows on itself that do something. Yeah, I didn't know that. Because I'll have to handle the Alt also. Windows Tab. Yeah, but Windows Tab is like Alt Tab. I know it's not like Alt Tab. Like a combination of Alt Tab and virtual desktop thingy. Forgot what's the shortcut. So right now the problem is that if I just have this, it doesn't handle the extra keys. I mean, it does handle the extra keys, but it needs, if Windows is pressed on its own, and you have modifier keys that are logically down, they need to be released. The last time I was trying a couple of things. I fixed some things, but like, it's a complicated problem. think I went to a point where the I wanted to like release all the keys. Like literally, do you release all keys? What I can do is release all the keys and then I check if they are physically pressed. And if they are physically pressed, I send key downs. We could do this. Would be the simplest. Okay, so let's say I do this. Result keys, do you have parameters in this function? Nope. So I toggle shift, I press Windows, I release Windows. Still nothing happens. It's supposed to release the keys, but it doesn't. Why it doesn't? Wait, what? It's not breaking? Do I have fixed system keys in here? No, I don't. This is not going to work if this is not checked. Okay, just need to check that it breaks in here. Yeah, it does, okay. Wait, actually earlier it was... That means it was not... It was not using the fixed system keys. Okay, so shift, Windows. Okay, still nothing. So now we're going to try with this. So Windows on its own, it's fine. Toggle shift, Windows on its own. It did release, which is what we want. Okay. So now let's see. With shift and Windows, right? Okay. So I think it's better if we release all the keys and then we press them down again. If they are physically pressed. Logically pressed. Well, it will not be logically pressed because we'll release the keys. So if it's physically pressed, we send the shift down. But now is it going to be... release after, I don't know. Okay, so I'm here. Windows on its own still works fine. Toggle shift, Windows on its own. Fine. Toggle shift. And then press shift again, Windows. No, it puts shift down. Okay, that works. But shift stays pressed. So we need to release shift. The fuck did I do? How did I open I mean, I know there's shift that is still pressed, logically pressed. But how did I open CMD? Okay, so let's try to force a shift up. No matter what. Windows. Okay, so it does send the shift up no matter what. I'm guessing I'm going to need to send an up also. Alt. With Windows Alt. I can press it again and that works. But here the shift gets toggled. Alt doesn't get toggled because it's not part of the keys I'm listening to. Shift does get toggled, which is logical. Logical because I tell my program to toggle shift no matter the what other keys are pressed. So either I leave it like this, or when you press shift, if the Windows key is pressed, you do not engage the toggle. Or maybe do a hotkey off. So I'm no longer listening to the press of the hotkey. So like here, if I press and hold down window, and then I just toggle shift, like I'm no longer physically holding shift, it does count as shift being pressed down because the toggle got triggered. So to prevent this, either I use hotkey off and then I put them back on, or in the key press, if there's like the Windows key that is pressed, physically pressed, I do a return. Also, there is like another bug that involves unregistering the hotkeys. But I need to make a new function or maybe modify the register hotkeys function. So I think for now, I'm just going to leave it like this. $1. Here I force Alt Shift up once you release the Windows key. I'll put this again. Okay, hold on. Okay. Thought someone knocked on my door. What's the neighbors? Okay, so I'm going to leave it like this for now. Even though it's not completely fixed. So Windows on its own. Okay. Shift. Windows on its own. Hold Shift. Windows on its own. Wait, it's pressing Alt. What do you mean it's pressing Alt? What the fuck? Bro, I never pressed Alt at any given time. Oh. I inverted the conditions. Okay, so there is a bug where Shift stays toggled down, but it's because it counted as a Shift toggle. You see it says sprinting. I release Shift, but it stays down. Which is normal. Like programming, it's just programming. It does exactly what you tell it to do. If there is a bug, it's your fault. It's not the program's fault. Usually. Okay, so for Windows, I'm going to leave it like this. Now I need to test escape. Escape mode in zone. We will see it does nothing. Alt escape. Okay. Okay, just taking a goose through here. Yes. It is only going to do what you tell it. Yep. Okay, so there's Alt Escape. You have Control Escape, Control Shift Escape. So why did I put Alt in here? I need to check the keyboard shortcuts again. I think I left a link in my code. Escape. Control Escape, Applications menu. Which is the same thing as pressing Windows, basically. At least on Windows 11. Alt Escape. Shift Alt Escape. Switch window without dialogue. So it's like Alt Tab, except you don't have the dialogue. Like Alt Escape. Shift Alt Escape. Shift Alt Escape. Okay. Alt Escape, Shift Alt Escape. Control Shift Escape. This is to open Task Manager. Control Shift Escape. Here Control and Shift get toggled on. Which once again it's exactly how it's been programmed. Control Alt Escape. Keep window always on top. Toggles on off. Control Alt Escape. Let's say I do it on this. Control Alt Escape. Okay. Control Alt Escape. Keep window always on top. Okay, I'll have to investigate this shortcut. Alt Escape. Put the focused window furthest back in tab order. Okay. Close dialogue. What matters is just the column on the left because it's Windows. The rest I don't care. So indeed, you can have Control, Shift, Alt. Can you have Windows Escape? Windows or Control plus Escape, Alt Escape. Windows Escape. It doesn't do anything. So once again, I think I'm gonna have the same approach. Release all keys. Okay, so same approach. And then the last one, Alt Tab. So was there a problem with Alt Tab? Tab. Okay, Tab stays pressed. Alt, tab. Tab doesn't work. Getting some weird shit when I release tab. Alt, I mean. I wait for Alt to be released. And then I send tab. This key is triggered on an Alt tab. This function, I mean. Initially it was like this. But the tab in some games, like The Last of Us for instance, The Last of Us doesn't have time to see the tab. Wait, what is... Okay, delay 25. Alt, tab. So this Alt, tab stays pressed, which is normal. Because I'm never setting a tab up. Normally if you hold the tab in Alt tab, okay, it does this. So what if I send the tab, I wait for tab to be released? Okay, this works. Now the question is, if you have shift that is toggled, I do Alt tab. Physical. Shift was released because the window lost focus. Which is the way I programmed it. But does it actually send an Alt Tab Shift? Alt Shift Tab it. I think it does. Because Alt Tab Magnum. Okay, let's say this. Alt Tab Magnum. This Alt Tab. Well, anyway, like the selection is like here. Shift Alt Tab. Starts from the end. Toggle Shift. Press Alt Tab. Starts from the end because Shift was pressed. This should release the keys, I think. Take toggle key snapshot. Release all keys, yes. But it's only if you have. Should restore toggles on focus. I could pass false and call this, so it's only called once. But it's a detail, like spamming this is not going to produce any bug. Control Alt Shift Alt. Control Shift Alt. I don't need to test for Alt because Alt is already pressed. Otherwise this function wouldn't get called. So toggle Shift, Alt, Tab. Now it's working as expected. Toggle Shift, Alt, Shift, Tab. Release Shift. Yeah, it's been toggled. So same problem than Windows, but we'll get to fix it later. Toggle shift. Alt Control tab. I don't even know what it does. Control gets toggled, so same problem. So we're going to do the same thing than the others. What the fuck? Why is it opening in like a... Why is it opening in another view? This asshole. Alright, we're going to do this for now. Toggle shift. Alt tab without anything else. All good. Toggle shift. Control Alt tab. Control is not pressed down. Because I'm waiting for tab. It's not tab that I must wait, it's alt. Okay, toggle shift, control, alt, tab. I release alt, pressure control was toggled, so it stays on, which is to be expected. Yeah, the definitive fix is going to be to stop listening to the... to unregister the hotkeys. That's the only fix. I'd never send a tab up, but it seems to release itself. So here you have release keys that is true by default. So to avoid calling this twice, I can put false. Oh, it's true by default, I said, okay. I can put false. Or I can just put false by default, since it's yeah, I'm just gonna put false by default. Actually, I'm never calling it with true. I mean, I was, but I changed this to false. Otherwise, I'm calling release all keys twice. Or I might as well just remove it. Okay, so it's no longer broken. But now what I need to do is disable hotkeys when pressing when using page So just to confirm, because originally the problem was happening in The Last of Us. Escape. Wait, do you have toggles enabled? Should have. I haven't changed anything. No, not triggering. I'm not triggering because the game's window is no longer in focus. Okay, Windows. Yeah, here's the trigger. Okay, if I press Windows, press Shift, release Windows, it doesn't work. But I think that's the problem. That's the same problem we had earlier. So going to ignore that for now. Good, the input takes forever to trigger. Dude, it literally takes 1 second for my shift toggle to register. Does this have something to do with the priority of my process? How do you set that already? Process set priority. This is for the current thread. Process set priority. No, it's instant. Okay, now it takes some time. Control gets stuck. There's some weird shit going on in this game. But it could be because I'm using toggles in the game also. No, I disabled them. Sprint. Yeah, the crouch is always toggle. You have no way to disable it, as far as I know. There's some weird shit going on. Where is their tab key being... it stays down? It does not get released. If I do it too fast, it's not working anymore. My shift key is dead. What the fuck? It could be the keystroke server that is lagging also. No. Details. No, stop working. Okay, when it starts working, I want to see if it's my script that is not working anymore. Okay, window mode, no problem. But in full screen? Dude, it fucking bugs out, man. Okay, so what I need to see is... I'm going to put this on the sides. I'm not going to see. But I want to see if my script at least registers the key presses. No, it doesn't. Bro, my script doesn't register shift. What the fuck? Window mode, no problem. Okay, let's see. If I put key delay 0. Okay, now full screen. Still works.
Should we move? Or just stand here? So you can look around at absolutely nothing?
There seems to be like a problem with the game. I mean, not in the game. Like, obviously, you have a problem of frame generation in the game, but it doesn't seem to play well sometimes with my script. Keystroke solver. Could be VS Code also. Okay, I'm going to assume everything is fine. It's probably just like a combination of like the fact I'm running on low GPU power, low CPU power. This game that is demanding, it has frame generation, I have debug in VS Code, maybe like a combination of all of this that makes it that it does not register my input right away or straight up ignores my input. I mean, it's been working for fucking years, so I'm assuming it's like a combination of those. I put this back to 25. The Last of Us, it doesn't take a capital A if I'm... No, it doesn't, okay. Capital O, I mean. You're looking forward to your coverage. Did he say something somewhere? I mean, I know he is. Spanish translations. Okay, so before being able to do this, we need to do this. So in order to do this, we need to unregister the hotkeys. So what happens right now is that... Oops. If, let's say, here I'm expecting The Last of Us with these keys. But now I change the crouch key to be C instead. And I change the Last of Us to be, I don't know, keystroke solver. I press save. The control is still going to be triggered. I mean, in theory, I haven't tested, but it should still be triggered if The Last of Us is running. Because I'm not registering the hotkeys, I'm just registering the new ones. And they pile up and pile up and pile up. Like, I haven't had issues personally because I'm restarting my script often. Or like once I'm done with the game, I just quit the script. But I'm pretty sure this is what should happen. The way I program things. How do I get the line with the functions? Explorer. Outline. Can I collapse everything? Yep. Why is it orange? Oh, because of this. Okay. he will be shaking his pants. So here I've been doing something since the start that is useless. Is that I call this function every time a new window becomes active, like the window that corresponds to whatever you specified here becomes active. Only the first time. But I have off. Hotkey off is to disable a hotkey. But it's the very first time. Like, you don't have any hotkey. But I'm still calling them with off. I mean, it doesn't have like any, it doesn't cause any problem. But it should be more it should be something more like, if this condition is satisfied, you call hotkey on. Otherwise, you don't call off. So, two approaches. Either I put a register unregister hotkeys and I call everything with off, regardless of these conditions. Or I modify this function with like a boolean. If the boolean is true and this condition is satisfied, I call on. If the boolean is not true, I call off. I'm just going to create unregister hotkeys. I don't need to run actually, do I? Yes, I do need. So it's always going to be off. For the functors, I guess I just put them at 0. Okay, so when I call this, G and window ID. Wait. When should I unregister? It's not in here, it's unregister. It's when I save. When I press the save button. Save. Read config file. Starts focus check. Okay, everything is okay here. Process name. The thing is, I have to call this on the old process, the old window. But only if the save validated all the parameters that I put in the UI. Here I'm updating the process name. Should I do this though? Gmap settings, window name, process name. Well, these after being called. Right, release the keys. Yeah. The release the keys is when you're in. Is when the game's window is focused or when it just lost focus. You're in the UI. You're not in the game's window. There's nothing to release because like the hotkeys are like context dependent. They're only active when the game's window is active. There's nothing to release here. In title. So I need to check if these two variables are updated properly. Because if the process name is invalid, I should not update it, and I should not update it. I think this is what I'm doing. Like, this is wrong. Unless... No, there's no validation before this. Start focus check. Okay, so you click save. If okay, you click on okay, if this passed everything, if process name valid, okay, I'm like rechecking the process, the validity of the process, but it's been validated. Duplicate hotkeys validated. Init, I don't care, because init is the very first time. It's here. Here I wrote to the config file, the process name is valid, everything is valid. Otherwise I would not enter this. Because this returns true if it managed to do everything. Otherwise, if there is an error, it returns false. If something got dumped into message box text, aka you have duplicate hotkeys or the process name is not valid, return false. So basically everything should be good. Everything should be good. But before those values change, before the values in the map change, I need to call unregister hotkeys. So write config file, I'm not updating the map. I'm just validating the current values in the UI. If they're all valid, I write to the config file. That's when I read the config file that I update the map. So that's where I need to call it. And register hotkeys. This should disable everything. Or the old window and the old process. Not taking effect until next restart. Yeah, I think it probably doesn't happen. Okay, so I'm going to comment this out. I'm not going to call it for now. I want to test on keystroke server. Okay, so keystroke solver, I have shift toggle, control toggle. Okay. So now I go here. I change crouch to C. I press save. Does it still have the control as a toggle? Okay, control is completely disabled. And C is not registered. But if I restart this, C would act as a toggle and control is unaffected. Now if I do this, that should fix the problem, I'm guessing. But I would have expected the control to still act as a toggle. Okay, so here I have the C. Control doesn't work because it's not the toggle. I change this to control. Save. I press C. Dude, C is broken. Control. And C is broken and control doesn't work as a toggle. Even shift doesn't... What the fuck? Everything is broken. I think I know why. Because here you do the start focus check. I don't even know why I'm rechecking this because it was just validated. But that's another story. Here I start the on focus changed. But the keys. The keys are only registered if it's detected as being a new window. This window never got destroyed. If I am to close this, restart it, this window now has a different ID than the other one. That's when I register the hotkeys. So either the very first time that the script, like when the script starts, because window ID is 0 by default, is initialized as 0. I need to ditch the group add, it's useless. Oh yeah, hook window and hook window. I'm not even calling it anymore. Wait, if I'm not calling it anymore, how is this working? I think I broke something. Don't remember when I removed this, but like, yeah, this should be broken technically. Okay. So back to window ID. So the very first time, this is 0. So obviously 0 versus the ID of the window. Like if the window exists, it's going to be different than 0. Otherwise it should return 0. Otherwise 0. There's also a bug that I know. I noted down the bug. Where this could return 0. If it returns 0, like it should not continue. Control Z, no, but I did not modify it today. I did not remove the hook window today. Hook. Just look for hook. Does not even show up. When did I remove that shit? Hook window. Okay. In that case, git blame. Blame. Line. Should be 803 or something. Hook. $657. Yeah, this was removed. On February 14th. But technically, oh, I did create a bug actually. I mean, you can just restart the script and it fixes the bug. Fixes in quotation marks. But yeah, I did create a bug. Escape from Tarkov. Check debug logs. Can I ask you a question? Like, do you... I don't mean to like offend you or anything, but do you, in real life, or on like other subjects, talk when you don't know the subject? Or like you say like completely irrelevant stuff? Not working anymore. Since window was removed. Deprecated. I'm going to remove the function. I'm not worried, like, anyway, I'm not going to release anything in this state. So I did create a regression in the last release. But it's a tiny bug, it's when you... Basically when you run like a game window, then you try to click outside the window, it's like a tiny bug. You try to click outside the window and one of the toggle keys is a mouse click or something. Green UID group. Yeah, it's a tiny bug. But yeah, this code is not called anymore. So what I'm saying about earlier is that you say check the debug logs. I don't have debug logs. My debug logs it's this. That shows up at runtime. So how is checking this going to help me? I mean, I don't have traces in that function, but anyway. It just doesn't help me. It's small because I don't need it to be big. Also, I'm zooming in, so normally my code is like this. Normally it's like this. But because of the stream, double zoom. Because I know, like if I can code like this just fine. It's just that the stream is in 1080p, so I know it will be blurry. Static checking at compile time. AutoHotkey is not a compiled language. It's interpreted. And those exes, it's not it's compiled, so to speak, but it's not compiled. It just it's just bundled with the interpreter. Like if you check, you should have the code at the end. Okay, maybe not when it's compressed. Wait, normally you have the code at the end. Okay, there it is. Wait, I thought you could see it. Okay, maybe you cannot see it when it's compressed. But it's not compiled, like it's not C. Okay, so what was I? So we found this bug. We're going to put it aside for now. I don't care. I'm not working on this. So, back to register hotkeys. Maybe what I can do is put window ID to 0 to force it to register the hotkeys again. So when I call unregister hotkeys, just to force re-register. I can do this. Okay. So I said with shift control. I take away, it releases them, which is normal. It should not have selected anything. Interesting. I think I found another bug. Wait, what? Yeah, that's another bug. It acted as if I was holding shift. Um... Okay, so let's test this. Now let's say this becomes C. Save. This notification that you see right here has been hooked. It means it's been, the hotkeys have been re-registered. So normally it works, but control is completely broken. Why is control broken? My script is not running, control should be working. Control is working the first time. Shift toggle, C toggle. Let's say I change to N, save. So now C is no longer be working, N is a toggle, Shift is a toggle. Control working, Shift toggle. Change to N, N working. C is broken. Why is C broken? Fix modifiers still toggled while clicking outside the window. Okay, so why is C broken? Because technically I'm no longer listening to C. register. I don't know if I should be doing this. I need to check the documentation. It's true there's the keyboard that hides stuff. How do I put it in the corner? How do I put it in the corner? Can do this, but like I like to put it in the bottom left corner. I know there is a way I did it yesterday, I think. Whatever. What I want to know is whether when you use hotkey, let's say I toggle it off, if it's like context dependent or something. Or if I can just like completely ignore this. Because the problem is that the new key works fine, it's the old key that was a toggle that is not working anymore. So maybe something is wrong in here. All variants of the hotkey does not change. Different symbol ordering. A particular hotkey or hot string can be defined more than once in the script if each definition has a different hotif criteria. These are known as hotkey variants or hot string variants, for example. The order of modifier symbols does not matter. Okay, let's try without this. I don't know if it's going to change anything. Okay, so N. C, N. Now becomes control, save. E. No, N is not working. Working anywhere else except in this window. Okay, so let's say I put C, save. No, what are the values in here? Crouch key became C. Wait, wasn't it control? Wait, let me check something. Okay, this is control. Become C, save. Where is it C? Should be control. What a fucking noobs. Did I put it like this the entire time? Fucking noob. Okay, just double checking, but normally it should be should be fine now. Okay, this is C. Switch to control, save. You still C. That's perfect. Control. Put C, save. Control broken. Why is control broken? Does it need to be context sensitive or what? I'm guessing yes. Now it's C. Yeah, it does need to be context sensitive. Now it's fixed. All right. But for there's got to be a better way. Mm-mm-mm. If GN window ID. Alright, I can push this. It's not ideal, but like that does the trick. I've got to like think of a better logic. I try to think. I think this does not even happen. So if I don't even call that, the new hotkeys do work. Okay, no, it does fix the problem. Like it fixed the problem of like the old keys do not work anymore. So it does fix the problem. Fixed previous hotkeys. Fixed. Changing a hotkey. Making the old one. The fix is probably just wait, no, just update, just putting the changing the resetting the window ID. Yeah, I don't think it's enough. Okay, let's say you change the hotkey. Process name, window name stays the same. They stay the same. But how is the new window, so to speak, because it's not a new window? How does it register the new keys? I run this, okay. Shift. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, it's on focus changed. Okay, it's been hooked. This does not get executed anymore, which makes sense. Okay. Change to control, save. Yeah, that message was actually right. So it's fixing two bugs. One, the old hotkey doesn't work anymore. Two, the new hotkey doesn't act as a toggle. Or whatever setting you specified. Because like here I changed to control, which is a toggle. So by unregistering the hotkeys and re-registering them, it fixes two bugs. So the global this fixes, since we re-register the hotkeys, what it fixes is the new hotkey that wasn't working anymore. So this is fixed thanks to this, and this fixes the other bug. Fuck. If you press like up, it brings up the message of the previous commit. So fixed, changing a hotkey, making the old one not fire until next restart. Fixed, changing a hotkey, making the old one not work at all anymore. So now I can tackle this. Because I have the function that is going to help me. So let's put this again. Shift. Oh. I don't know if it's gonna work. Well, we'll see. I think I need to maybe not disable the system keys. I do see. So the problem was... Windows... Shift... Windows Shift... Shift Windows... So if I do Shift Windows... Shift Windows... I release Shift, I release Windows. Shift stays pressed. Shift Windows... I release Shift, I release Windows. Shift stays pressed. I press Windows. This still works. It still gets toggled, I mean. So an easy way to verify would be to hold Windows and then spam Shift. Once I unregister the hotkeys, it should not work anymore. Unregister hotkeys. Register hotkeys. Windows Shift. That fixes, but I'm releasing Windows and it doesn't work. It doesn't work for one simple reason. Actually, is it normal that it doesn't work? I unregister the hotkeys. Okay, so as soon as I press Windows, this gets executed. This is blocking because I wait until I release Windows. When I release Windows, it should send the Windows. It's supposed to send Windows up. So it's as if the modifier keys were never pressed. Okay. Press Windows, release Windows. This gets triggered. So far, so good. Press Windows. Shift doesn't get toggled anymore. Release Windows. This does get triggered also, but the Windows does not get triggered. I press Windows alone. All good. I do shift, Windows, release shift, it does release shift. Release Windows, it's fine. If I do Windows, shift, release shift, release Windows, it's not fine. If I do Windows, shift, okay, now the now the shift Windows is not working anymore. Okay, now it's working. I need to hold Windows for a long time. But if I do it the other way around, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Um, why it doesn't work? Shift, Windows, release shift, release Windows. This sends. Actually, I should no longer be listening to this because the keys are no longer release all keys. No, I need to push them back. Yeah, I need to push them back. I need to push them back down if let's say you were holding shift. Press Windows. Holding shift, you press Windows. Release all keys and register the hotkey. Shift is no longer a toggle. Was shift physically pressed? Yes. Push shift. Send Windows. Wait for Windows to be released. If you release Windows, it sends. It's supposed to send Windows shift. Let's say my script is not running. Press shift, press Windows, release shift, release Windows. Press Windows, press shift, release Windows. That's normal behavior. That is normal behavior. There's nothing to fix. Okay, nothing to fix. 10 windows. Okay, so now press escape alone. Target window not found. Yeah, because control send. Needs a window. Wait, it closed the window? Well, it's specific to this window. Okay, it seems like if you press escape for this window, closes the window. So we'll start the notepad instead. Where is this? Okay. We'll work with this window instead. Escape. Okay, escape doesn't do anything. Notepad. Wait, notepad is a common process? Notepad? What? Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a common process. You don't want to like you don't want to use my script in notepad. um Okay, so shift, control. Press escape alone, nothing happens. Press control alt escape for? No, control shift escape. Can I do escape? Okay, down. Pressed again. Escape. Shift control. They're all pressed. Yeah, they're all stuck now. Wait, they're not stuck anymore? Control Shift, Escape. Bro, why are they stuck sometimes and sometimes they're not stuck? You know, there's... Okay, I was afraid that was my shift that was not working anymore. When I do release all keys, normally it's supposed to reset the state of... Put everything to false. Key toggle false, normally... Yeah, it's supposed to put everything to false. I don't know, it feels like it's desynced by one step. Sometimes. Like here, I press Control Shift Escape. My Control Shift are still physically pressed. I can release them, it doesn't matter. Wait, let me see this. Here. Control. Control. Control is not working anymore. Shift. Control is working now. What the fuck is going on? Control. Shift. Escape. I'm here. Both at 0. Shift. Key toggle end. I think it's gets stuck in like waiting for a key to be released. I think there's not much I can do at this point. Why is it waiting for a key? Begin crouching. Begin sprinting 1. Escape. Release all keys. States. Aiming. Sprinting, crouching. Oh, reverse maybe. Aiming. Crouching, sprinting. I was crouching, I was sprinting. I send a key press with false. Becomes 0, becomes 0. I go back here. I press control. I release control. Nothing happens. Shift is fine. No control is fine. All this because I want to fucking provide Wait, the fuck happened? Dude, why is Visual Studio Code? Oh, it's because I have shift that is still pressed. Okay, it seems like shift and click does the same thing as middle click. Starts a new instance. I didn't know that. I don't know, sometimes the keys are like stuck, sometimes they're not. I don't know at this point, it's a tiny bug that doesn't happen all the time. No, the computer is not haunted. That's why you have a fucking keyboard at the fucking top so you can see the actual logical state of the keys. My shift was being pressed. Like if I don't have the keyboard, I cannot know that the key is stuck. For the system, I mean. But the unregistered hotkeys definitely helped. There's also something else also I want to try is like pause or suspend. Don't remember which ones is should be suspend. The one that still allows hotkeys to be fired. Disables or enables all or selected hotkeys on hot strings. Okay, so I'm gonna try with Windows, since I know it was working fine. Instead of this. Okay, first I'm gonna comment this out. Notepad. Windows left. Okay, so Windows Shift. Okay. So now we're gonna try suspend. And suspend. So this is suspended. Suspend does the same thing. That alt was not released. Yeah, I haven't had linker errors in ages because I'm not doing C++ on C. Okay, why was it stuck on you? That's a good strategy also to suspend. Therefore, the script is no longer responding to newly pressed hotkeys. I think I'm going to suspend the script. Build the exe, some of the Qt creator header, call some functions, expecting a type, and fail when they see the auto keyword. Get fucked. Okay, hold on. Uh, C++ assumes you're cracked and so you're cooked. Wait, if I suspend... Wait. If I suspend, that means... Do I need to do this shit? Wait. Okay, let's see. Windows. Maybe I don't need all that shit. Wait, already shift got stuck. But I cannot repro anymore. Okay, now it's stuck. Stuck. Probably because of the auto repeat function of the keyboard. Yeah, it has to do with the auto repeat. Like if I release Windows and give some time for the auto repeats to kick in, it does not get stuck. It's like the sprint that engages. But we are talking about such tiny details, like you're going to see immediately whether your shift is like toggled in the game. It's called noticing. I don't know what you're referring to. It's much cleaner. So maybe I don't need all of that garbage after all. Wait, the very first time I press Alt Tab, the tab is not registered. I need to tap down. Alt down, tap down. Okay, I do need some of those. If I do Control Alt Tab or whatever, like brings it to the end at the end of the list, it was not working. Okay, Alt Tab. Okay, Shift Alt Tab starts from the end. I got my Alt that was stuck earlier. Control Shift, Control Alt Tab. I'm stuck. Control Alt Tab. Normal behavior. I think I just need to tap down. I need the shift. If shift physically pressed, press it down. Seems like the rest is working fine. Those I don't think I need them. Alt Shift. Control, I don't care. Working perfectly. Okay, so I do not need the alt down. This I don't need. I'll leave it like this for clarity. Alt tab. Shift Alt tab. Control Alt tab. I don't know what's the difference between Alt tab and Control Alt tab. Oh, okay, it shows like a smaller. By default, Control Alt tab, if I release tab, it does not choose anything. Control Alt tab. Here it chooses something. That's strange. Okay, let's close this. Control Alt tab. Does not choose anything. Can I press Enter or click? Outside notepad. Behavior is the same. Inside notepad, Control Alt tab. Release everything. Tab. It should not choose something. I guess I'll leave it like this. These are like bugs that are so insignificant that it's not worth spending time on them. Like, who is going to complain that Control Alt Tab automatically picks whatever you have selected versus the normal behavior? Like, how do you check? It's annoying, like, every single program has different shortcuts. Like, WinMerge, I just use Alt and up and down to check see the next change. Alt F3, next change. Okay. Hello? Someone who will be pedantic of your coding. Nobody's going to find that bug. Next problem. Okay, here it works, but not here. But still, that's pretty clean. Like, I removed all of that garbage except for Alt Tab, where you do need the shift, it seems. Maybe you do need the control also. I need to test. I think if you need shifts, you will need the control. So, first, Alt Tab, Control Alt Tab. Okay, Control Alt Tab is this. Control Shift Alt Tab is the same thing, but from the end. No. Control Shift Tab. Control Alt Tab. I needed to test control. Control. Okay. Here, it's not sending anything. I forgot what was the problem already with shift. Alt, shift, tab. Okay. Alt, shift, tab. It doesn't start from the end. Alt, shift, tab. Yeah, here it starts from the end. So I do need this. But control, alt, tab brings this. Control, alt, tab. Funny because when I press Control Alt Tab, I release tab, it chooses, even though like this is not supposed to choose. But when I do Control Shift Alt Tab, which is the same thing but it starts from the end, I release tab, it doesn't choose anything. Yeah, I don't know, man. Can try putting Control Alt Tab. I put Control. Just to see if it fixes anything. Control Alt Tab. Yes! Yes! I fixed it! Okay, now it's behaving exactly like on the system. Control Shift Alt Tab. Fuck yes. Yeah, there's this bug also that I noted down. I'll have to fix. Alright, what's next? This I need to repro it. I need to find a way to reproduce it reliably. If you have hook delay, I think it should trigger it every time. On focus changed. Hook delay. It becomes active, there's hook delay. Doesn't exist anymore. It's WinGet ID that triggers something. You know what? I'll fix the other bug with the hook window. WinGet ID, HKEXT, blah blah blah. Remove this. Window ID group. Window ID group. HKID, window ID. Window ID. Active, inactive, HKID, window ID. ID group. Double checking something. Like this is grayed out, so it's not cold. Okay. This we're going to confirm that this is never cold. Outside window, this should be somewhere else. Inside window. Notepad. When do I execute this piece of code? Fixes an issue where you couldn't click outside the window if the toggle key was a mouse button untoggled. Okay, it's not a mouse button. What I do need is right click, toggle, save. Right click, right click. Or button outside window. Okay. On key press or button outside window. If I left click, doesn't work. Probably because of the window group thingy. Standing click outside window. Here I send the same key outside the window. Now I'm gonna try this. So right click. And then left click. Huh. Wait, did not save? Right button, toggle. Wait, what? Bro, it considers I'm outside the window? Doesn't want to toggle right click anymore. Okay, let's remove this. Bro, what the fuck is going on? Oh, it is executing this function. There's my toggle. Problem is that it cancels the toggle now with the new code. I don't know if it's specific to Notepad. I'm gonna try with a different window. Shift, right click. It cancels the toggle somehow. Okay, so let's try Win active. This. On focus changed. What did I put in on focus changed? Window name, HKXD. I pretty much put the same thing. Yeah, let's try this instead of the window ID. Wait, doesn't work. Inside window. It's executing inside window. Send key. Fixes an issue where you couldn't click outside the window if any toggle key was a mouse button untoggled. Yeah, except it doesn't toggle anymore. Star dollar. It seems like this is taking precedence over everything else. I need to go take a leak. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I don't know if the Morrowind soundtrack falls into copyright. Morrowind. Let's try this one. We'll see if I get a strike, Kappa. At least I'll get my answer. Yeah, it's not toggling. Like here it's fine, but as soon as I put this in, this overrides the other one and the other one never gets triggered. I do not know why. Because it's right mouse button, toggle. Key delay. Inside window, right click, inside window. But it's not toggling. Fallout? Yeah, I've only played the third game, so... Like, the soundtrack was nice, but not as nice as Elder Scrolls, from what I can remember. The series, though... Yeah, I haven't played Fallout 1 and 2, and I probably will never play them, even though I have them on, like... GOG on Steam, I think. I have them all except 4. But I've only played 3. Wait, let me see some. Let me check something. Wait, I've got an idea why. No, don't tell me this is because of this. This would be retarded. So if you go to register hotkeys, hot if when active, copy pasta. This is exactly the same shit. So because it's exactly the same shit versus what I had before, AHK group, WinID group, this overrides the other one. But in that case, the window ID, window ID, HK ID. The window. Fuck me in the ass. Let's try the window ID group. Maybe that's why I put this in the group. I don't remember, it was years ago. Window ID. Group. Add. HKID. Can you remove a window from a group? Group close. Group close is to close all the windows. Group add. Add the window specification to a window group, creating the group if necessary. Is there a way to like remove a window? Group activate. Attempts to add duplicate entries to a group are ignored. Let's try with this, with window ID. Why does it fucking override, man? Like, how was this working before? Last week I was streaming cooking. There is a random. I stopped by. Literally the first thing he said was olive oil is a fraud, it's poison. Like literally. And I checked after the stream because he was basically saying that the entire society is a fraud, a scam. Everyone is like trying to get you, poison you, trick you. And regarding to olive oil, he was saying that it's cut. It's not real olive oil. It's like cut with other things. I did check after. And it's, well, from what I've seen after like a quick search, it's that it's wrong. Like that there has been like studies. Check if like olive oil like was like 200 brands or something. Like the result of the study is that like most of the olive oil was actual olive oil. Because these days there is like, but it's clearly labeled that you can buy olive oil, but it's mixed with sunflower oil usually. But it's clearly written on the bottle. At least I agree, but like when it says olive oil, it's olive oil. I did read, I think it was yesterday. That when you have something like extra virgin olive oil, it means something. And that bottles that said extra virgin, not all of them can qualify as being extra virgin. I forgot what it means. But it doesn't change the fact that at the end of the day, it is olive oil. And the guy was basically suggesting that all studies, it's like lobbies and stuff, you should not trust anything. And then I asked him a question like, how do you know it's fake? And he was basically not able to answer the question. Like, if you say it's a fraud, how do you know it's a fraud? I was like, what are your sources? Can you give me a link? And then he just said, experience. Experience. So if you've experienced real olive oil, then how do you know it was real olive oil? How do you know that the chicken came first? Or the egg came first? Okay. So I do not know how to fix that bug. I can try to revert my code up to... Well, I haven't done any changes anyway. I said it was February 17th. Was this one? Book window is not called anymore. It was changed in onFocus changed. So if GN window ID, win exists, window name, process name. Book window. Win get ID ls win title. Watch out for psyops. Grow your own food. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's this guy on I forgot if it's TikTok or Instagram. But basically every single one of his videos is, did you know that if you take random fruit, you plant it, you can get that fruit? So basically, run a fucking entire garden with all kinds of trees and fruit and veggies. Even though you live in town and you don't have a garden. In an apartment with 3 rooms. Make your own olive oil, make your own cheese, make your own everything, make your own pasta. Like basically, if you combine that guy and the rando that said that olive oil was a fraud, basically you spend your entire life, it's like a full-time job, growing stuff. It's like a fucking full-time job. You spend all of your free time growing stuff, making your own cheese, making your own milk, or whatever the fuck you want to think about. Save the seeds, get the soil to be good. Dog fooding. And then you have studies that say one thing, and you have studies that say the exact opposite. So at the end of the day, if you have to listen to people, to what others say, you're doing everything on its contrary. You're growing your own food, you're making your own milk. Basically, you just fucking quit your job and like make it full time. Um. Okay, let me try to like put this back to how it was. Run this. Okay, I had no UI at this time. I did have a UI. Okay. Fuck, it's working, that build, man. Thank you for the follow, Glister. Working in that build, so what's different? Like the window ID is not compared against the same. Wait, win title? No, it's compared against the same. Map settings, window name, HKEXE. It is compared against the same. Window ID, win git ID, win title. Okay. Win get ID. Window name. It's the same. This group add, window group, HKID, window ID. It should be the same. Like you check this. Win title is keystroke solver HKEXE keystroke solver.exe. Okay, hook window. That's the old code. Gmap settings window name. Process name. Keystroke solver. Keystroke solver is HKEXE. Here I get 2099898. That's the new code. 209, and I mean it's the same. I do a group add with the ID of the window, HK ID. Group add, HK ID, G window ID. Like, what am I doing different? Bro, this code has not changed. Then click outside window. Has not changed either. Send key. It hasn't changed either. Or what am I doing different? Like this is slightly different, but like it's still win wait active, win title timeout. If it times out, normally it never goes inside. Okay, what if I restore hook window? Maybe there's just like something I'm not seeing that I was doing in hook window. Okay, so I'm gonna restore hook window. Put it here so I can easily see it. Hook window basically replaces this code. There's register hotkeys that is missing. So hook window, it's doing updates window ID, group add, show notification, that's it. This. Not working. So there is, it comes from something else. Like the right mouse button is like it's supposed to trigger both. It's like it's never registered as a toggle. Hotkey dollar star dollar S aim key is R button. Okay, this is registered. On key press. Aim mode is 1, which is key mode toggle. Wait. What if? What if I simply remove this code? If it triggers something. Yes, it does. What if we inactive? What if? It's supposed to be like this. What if? Creates context-sensitive hotkeys on hot strings to perform the different action, or none at all depending on any condition. So this turns on context sensitivity. You have variants. The window group, like I said, is useless. Because I'm only concerned about a single window. Like window group is when you want to like have the hotkeys fire upon a set of windows. Scripts should not assume that the expression is only evaluated when the hotkeys key is pressed. See below. Oblivion soundtrack. Oh, fuck you. Google to FA. Open the settings up. Oh, this is what you were talking about. Wait, what the fuck? No, there's the toggle that works, but the left click when the right click is toggled doesn't work. Only thing that changed is that the program, like keystroke solver, was restarted. Fuck me. Is it ID or PID? It's ID that I need to put normally. Oh, the toggle is not working. Like, what the hell, man? Okay, you're a witness. It's not working. Right click doesn't get toggle. No, I'm going to close this. Stop the script. Restart. Start the script. Bro, why was it getting toggled earlier? Or because there was a window ID group, but like there was nothing in the group. Okay, I need to check if this takes precedence over the hotkey of the same with the same conditions. By means of the hotkey function, hotkeys can be created dynamically while the script is running. The hotkey function can also modify, disable, or enable the script's existing hotkeys individually. Yeah, to me, the Leon soundtrack reminds me of this guy I met at my first restaurant job. That guy was a fucking unicorn, and I will never meet someone like him in my life again. It all started when we got hired. We got hired the same week. He was working in the kitchen. I was working in the dining room. It all started with his shampoo. I don't know if you've seen. I'll show you. Shampoo. Spider-Man. Strawberry.
What did you do to her? I did what you failed to do.
Oh, fuck the music. Come on.
I'm sorry. What was I thinking? Bad for the public image, right? I was there for her. She knows me very well. That taste. It's me. It was just.
Yeah, it is. It all started because of this.
She knows me very well. And when she kissed me, it was just like she used to kiss me. That taste. Strawberries.
No, what actually happened is, so one day we start our shifts. We have to change, we have to go downstairs to change. So we change. He walks up the stairs, I walk down the stairs. I reach the bottom of the stairs. I smell something. Strawberry. So I ask him, hey, is that your shampoo? What is it? And then he said, strawberry. Exactly the same way Harry said it in Spider-Man. So I was like, hey, are you like making a reference to Spider-Man? I don't remember what he answered. Like, I think he had no clue. Like, I mean, he did know the reference, but it was not intentional. So it was that day that some bad chemical reaction happened between the both of us, and for literally 2 years, I'm not lying, for literally 2 years, we were memeing in front of everyone 24/7. Bad chemical reaction, like he used to say. Like old, I don't know if you are familiar with all the Bully Maguire memes. Just type Bully Maguire on YouTube. You're going to be bombarded with a buttload of Spider-Man memes and edits and remixes and stuff. But we lived by this shit and we were memeing this shit 24/7. Like in front of our coworkers, like nobody was understanding us. They were like two fucking lunatics. Who are these crazies in my restaurant? It all started because he said strawberry the exact same way Harry said it in the movie. Okay, I do not know why it gets overridden, man. Does it compare against the current build? It seems like it. Send windows. No, it does not compare. That's the changes. Okay, I need to see on GitHub itself what's changed. Normally you can compare somewhere. Search. Open symbols panel, edit options. Add to space. How do you compare the current revision against the super old revision to have like the differences between the super old revision and the current revision? like commits you compare against the previous revision, but I want to compare against something that is much older. GitHub compare against old revision. Yeah, but this is going to become online. I want to check on GitHub itself. Append compare to your repository path. Compare master. Four commits. Master 1 day. Master is up to date. Try switching the base. Like here, it puts all the, it shows all the changes since 2.3, but I want to check from right before 2.3. Choose a base ref. Commit. Two more tags. Bro, how do you compare against a specific commit? Comparing commits. Okay, you have to put them in the URL instead. You have to put them in the URL. Reload. Okay, let's see. Send windows. Okay, this is what I was looking for. It's a lot of changes because there's a lot of commits that have been done in the meantime. The auto fire. Like key press has not changed whatsoever. So you have get duplicate hotkeys, so validate the hotkeys, some changes in browse, some changes in save. I added the button select, window picker, some changes in the GUI, edit change, some more validation, list view that was not there before, debug button. I redid the ini read algorithm. Is common processes for the list view. Process validation. Process name validation. Helper window is window visible. Ini read type. It's a rename. That's what we just did with the system keys. System keys. Start focus check. Process name. Check for duplicate hotkeys. Okay, set timer with autofocus change still not started. There was an error. And register hotkeys, write config file. It's just some trimming. I'll trim this hotkey instead of this hotkey. Should be this hotkey. One point oh to know. 1.0 to know is like literally 99% of the code that changed. Okay, hold on. On focus changed. I want to see what changed in that function. Auto fire. Did this. I think it's the commits before this one that I need to check. Because hook window is not there. It's before this one. Okay, so duplicate hotkeys, button browse, foundations, same shit. Okay, so here you have a lot of changes. Thanks, man. Have a good evening. Thanks for stopping by. Like the major difference would be that I'm not doing any of this if win wait active times out. Like here I was not checking for a timeout because the way I programmed things was different. Could it be this? Like literally the code and handling the keys hasn't changed at all. Like this changed a lot. I mean a lot. Did not change that much. So you have HK group that changed to this. But the code for right click like hasn't changed. Here we have some windows, and alt tab and so on. But this is not executed because I'm not pressing windows or anything. Start focus check. And register hotkeys. You have this hotkey instead of this hotkey. That's pretty much the only relevant change. And in non-focus changed, the fact I have the timeout on win weight active. It's the only relevant stuff that changed because like the rest of the code is the same. Okay, let's check the first commit. I'm telling you, like literally 99% of the code changed. Maybe not 99, but at least 90%. Yeah, it's going to fuck up because like I renamed, like here it should render everything basically. Win merge. Actually, I can check directly in VS Code. No, in VS Code I cannot change. I cannot check because I renamed the file. The actual changes is WinMerge. Bro, the dark theme that I'm trying, that I was using is fucking shit. I don't remember where I got it from. But it's fucking garbage. WinMerge, dark theme. WinMerge, select theme, choose midnight. Options. My eyes. With Alt, it doesn't work. Like on the left, you have the first script ever. Dude, there's literally nothing of the first script. It's all been replaced. Hotkey function. Okay, this hotkey, it is not necessarily the hotkey that corresponds to this. So I was right to change it to this hotkey. Because this hotkey corresponds, it will always correspond to this. If you use this hotkey is the last hotkey that was pressed. So let's say here you have a sleep 5,000. So you sleep for 5 seconds, but during those 5 seconds, you fire another hotkey. If you were to use this hotkey, it would correspond to the other hotkey. But this hotkey will always correspond to this, so this change is irrelevant. Anyway, this hotkey is correct. What I don't get is why is it overriding? Like when I right click inside the window, I should see on key press right button inside window. Let's say I remove debug mode and system keys. Restart this. Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Yeah, obviously if I have debug disabled, I don't see my traces anymore. So I know it's not caused by system keys. Yeah, let's say I remove the right button. Like this works normally, but If left click is a toggle key, is not going to work. I don't understand why this code doesn't work anymore. I'm going to make some tea. Probably like give up on this bug for now. Do something else. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think I'm going to play some Div 2 for a bit. Like I didn't do much today, but like at least I fixed what, 2-3 bugs? 4 bugs? Yeah, I'm stuck on this one. I'm just gonna play for like 1 hour because I have a French lesson to give in like 2 hours from now. I need to take a shower first. Okay, let's see. Keystroke. Bye bye. need food, water. It's funny, as soon as I change the category, there is a bot already. Literally, the moment I change the category, where's bot still? Bro, within 2 minutes of changing the category, there's a bot. I don't know if it's a coincidence or... I'm probably too far to get water. Yeah, I'm too far. Wait, what? PFE. Okay, well. Don't push, man. Can I matchmake? Both encounter, can I matchmake? Okay, where's the panel? Fuck this game, man. Wait, what? Bro, it doesn't show the metal metal. And this guy. I can't shoot the backpack because he's standing next to it. Well, got better things to do, man. Of course. Bro, how do you go down against this? Bullshit. Shot through the fucking wall, man. Can I switch to something? Dude, if I get one shot here, it's bullshit. Bro, it's not even... I'm dead. I don't know if I'll have time to finish the. At least I know what to expect. When I solo it. Come on. He's doing 0 damage, man. Why you die? Shooting a corpse. Oh boy. He's running 4 blues. Where's the ammo box? Okay, the sound is gone. I don't know if I think I'm supposed to splash him. Yeah, I need to splash him. I think. Okay, my box is not working. Out of water. I don't know if I'm supposed to break the bug. Do you have other cannons? No, there's only 2 cannons. Like he has reduced damage. But that bug, I don't know. I don't know if he can break it. Because he does take damage, but it's reduced damage. So I don't know if this is a bug or... I'm going to look it up. I know you're supposed to splash him at some point. Supposedly the water cannon turns on sometimes. But I haven't seen them turn green at all. Hit the chest. I'm guessing they still haven't fixed this mission, or... The green beacon only lights up after one of his armor piece was destroyed. Yeah, but it's gonna take forever. I don't have forever, man. Like, I have to be gone in like half an hour or something. Hey, we were... So probably you have to hit him until you get rid of one armor bar or one armor plate. $7, that's nothing. I wonder if there is a way to like bypass. Probably not. It doesn't work like Zoom. Yeah, but the water cannon never goes on. I've read that you need to like break one armor plate or do enough damage to deplete one armor bar or something. How do you expect me to do damage if the water cannon never goes up? Like, I know you have to spray it. It's bugged. So do you have to wipe here? The whole mission? Or just wipe? I mean, it's massive for you, man. I like how he went to idle. But are you telling me I have to restart the whole mission or just this fight? Because if it's the whole mission, I don't have time. I missed the green window. Can you tell me if I need to restart the whole mission? Okay. Dude doesn't know the concept of wiping. You have to toss your hive away, man. I mean, it's massive. What do you expect? They release unfinished stuff every time. Oh, you expect recalibration and optimization on prototype? Get fucked. Push, 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 push. Yeah. The concept of cover to cover, in a nutshell. Bro, this guy is clueless, man. Okay, I missed the window apparently. I guess I'm gonna stay by the cannons. That's normal damage. Fuck, dude, I'm getting fucking... Okay, missed it, so now it's bugged, right? Wait, not even aiming in my direction. It's bugged now, right? It's bugged. Still hasn't touched this hive. I need a decoy. Bro, you're 1 HP, you have health gates, why do you keep fighting? I'm the only one doing the option. I check something. Oh, it's empty? Okay, there's only one of them. I thought there were two of them. Health gated, still in the middle of nowhere. One bullet, he's down. Can you fucking cover to cover? Thank you. It's a shame that you repeat when you're health gated. Because you're a fucking challenging player. Bro, why is my character going here? I was aiming at the center. Health gate 2, take cover. Okay, only one is green. Oh, there's no fucking cover, really? The fuck is wrong? I missed the window. Alright, GG, bye. I'm fucking late already. All right, thanks for watching. Have a good evening. I might be back later tonight, but not promising anything. Otherwise, see you tomorrow. Peace. Take care.